everybody, and welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV. I am your Big Sid Simico. I have a new outfit for our little dinner date with Aymeric. Simple, but it's what I could find and afford for the time being. But I like it. It's cute. Oops. But we're gonna dive right into main story stuff because we still got a little ways to go to get out of Heavensward, and I want to at least get done with that today. Let's just live mates. This man has a serious receding hairline issue. Can't win them all, I guess. Alright, so we're going to Foundation so that we can go have dinner with the man. Oh yeah, and then there's these. I gotta pick these up real quick. Ascending to the Empyrean. Oh, this is the housing area. Yes, I think this is where I wanted my apartment. I've been awaiting your return. You see, after you helped bring an end to the Dragonsong War, we have striven to rebuild the city. And thanks to the assistance of countless craftsmen, our efforts to restore the firmament to its former glory are finally complete. In fact, House Zamiel assembled a team of masons so skilled and efficient that they were able to finish the construction in an entirely new quarter. Its name is Empyrean, and it was created to serve as a residential district for adventurers from across the realm. No amount of description can truly convey its splendor, so I have asked Thomalin to escort you there that you might see for yourself. Seek him out in the broom when you have a moment. Excellent. This is what we've truly been saving our guild for. The notice reads, workers sought for the firmament reconstruction project. In smaller letters, it continues. Let it be known that large-scale reconstruction works aimed at revitalizing the Holy See of Ishgard have been approved by the Houses of Lords and Commons. Selected as the principal site for the project, it is the Firmament District, which sustains extensive damage during the war. Willing and able hands are now sought to contribute to the reconstruction efforts, regardless of birth and origin. From those skilled in gathering from the land to those adept with creating with their hands, the project's needs are great and diverse. Contributions will not go unrewarded. Interested parties are invited to present themselves in the firmament. According to the note at the bottom of the notice, a man named Thomalin in a broom will show you to the district. Looks like Thomalin is our man. Quick detour before we go see Aymeric. There he is. One at a time, I suppose. Look at him all rosy-cheeked. Well, net friend, answering the call of the firmament, are you? Wonderful, wonderful. Wait, I know you. You're the savior of Ishgard. Are you saying that you would contribute to the reconstruction project? Yes, I'm ready and willing. To think that a fabled hero such as you would help rebuild our city. We are grateful beyond words. There is just one trifling matter. Do you perchance possess a work permit? It is required for non-Ishgardians, you see. I'm afraid not. Is that so? As I recall, you are ward of House Fortin, in which case, perchance an exception can be made. Alas, I don't have the authority to make such a decision. Well, I do, and I believe the permit can be overlooked in her case. Lord Overseer, that you should grace us again. Francel. Oh, he's one of the ones from the other high houses. I forgot which one. Greetings, my friend. It has been quite a while. Indeed, I shouldn't be surprised if you have forgotten me. Of course I haven't forgotten you. We saved you from the Inquisitor. Honored I am that you should remember me. Much and more has happened since we first met, not least of all the war's end and Ishgard's transformation. It feels like an age ago that you and Lord Hoshva saved me from a heretic's fate. You had proven your worth to me then. Even so, little did I expect you to go on and save our entire nation. You are a hero to us all, and no amount of words could express my gratitude. No, only through action could I begin to repay the debt. Thus did I resolve to do my part for Ishgard, that I might honor those noble souls who risked life and limb to protect the nation, souls such as you and Lord Arshva. And so, when an overseer was being sought for the restoration project, I put forth my candidacy to the representative of my house. Our workshops and engineers could be put to good use, I reasoned. It was by no means unanimous, but the Fury saw fit to see me elected to the office. Honored am I for this opportunity to serve the nation, and to redeem House Eleanor's good name. Owing to the contribution of artisans hailing from far and wide, we have accomplished our goal of rebuilding the district. However, we are still short-handed in the area of administration, on account of which I have been performing such odd tasks as I could. Which is what brings me here today, as a matter of fact. I am about to go and survey our citizens in order to learn what they envision for the firmament. You can spare a moment, might I have the pleasure of your company? Well-traveled as you are, your opinion would be of great interest to me, and I believe folk would be more willing to share their thoughts with you. You have my gratitude. Without further ado then, let us take ourselves to the Jeweled Crozier. We are bound to find a diverse assortment of people there. My lady, you've graced us with your presence once more. Perchance you've an interest in the Imperium. If so, say no more. I shall escort you there myself. And fear not, the Herald will surely be happy to answer any questions you may have. Ooh. Hot bath? Hot water? Welcome to Imperium. As our restoration efforts progressed, they eventually expanded to include the construction of this little taste of heavens on Earth. We are indebted to the countless adventurers such as yourself who helped bring about the end to the Dragonsong War, and as thanks we wish to provide a space for you to call home here in Ishgard. Of course, we still require a nominal fee for any plots of land or apartments you purchase, but know that your gil will help us to rebuild bigger and better than before. If you would like to hear more, please speak with the resident caretaker for further assistance. Look at this. See a little red house on the horizon there? See a little gingerbread house? Can I fly? I cannot. I'm curious what that red house is. Oh, look at like that. It's like a little gingerbread house. I think. Is that strawberries? It is a gingerbread house. Well, look at that. Very fitting for the season. That is very cute. Whose house? Oh. Still cute nonetheless. Things people do with their houses, it's really something else. I already have an idea of what I want to do with the apartment. Once I get my hands on that. This little garden of a house. Huh. Focus. Okay. And these would be the apartments. We'll get there. I'm lazy. What did you think of the Imperium? I do hope it was to your liking. Given that our borders were closed for so long, I worried that outsiders such as yourself might not take an interest in this new district. But know that it is our sincerest wish that you and other noble souls will consider making Ishgard your new home. Ta-da! It's not here. That's okay. Join friend Sal as he surveys passerbys to learn their opinion of the firmament. As the survey may take several minutes, you may wish to cancel any pending duty finder registrations. Gotta spy on the people. That's Hilda! Well, well, I come here to get supplies for the watch, and what should I find but a familiar face? And if that ain't a pretty lad you've got with you, Simcoe, and a highborn one besides, you've done well for yourself. You know me, I always aim high. It's not what it looks like. I am teasing is all. Anyway, it's good to see you, my friend. What brings you here? Lady Hilda, your reputation precedes you. As you may be aware, approval was recently passed for the restoration of the firmament in order to build a district that serves its residents. In order to build a district that best serves its residents, we would know what good citizens such as yourself envision for it. Will you not share with us your thoughts? Ah, so you're the one they appointed overseer. Well then, you won't mind if I speak freely. Now, this ain't hardly revolutionary, but I want the firmament to be a place we can all make an honest living, where, if a man works hard enough, he can have a roof over his head and food in his belly. Aye, might be as the war's over, but for a lot of us the struggle continues, same as afore. That sort of struggle blue bloods will never know. Remember, Ishgard don't belong only to the high and to the holy now. If the nation's to prosper, all her citizens need to prosper. Well, we must be getting on, but if you had need of guards, feel free to send word. If the coin's fair, I reckon we can come to an arrangement. What are those pants? Are those plaid? I know that guy. I think he's from the Hildebrand quests. Ah, that there's Lord Briarden. I had heard that he was traveling the realm in his capacity as a consulting inspector, but it appears he has returned to Ishgard. Like your good self, he is a well-traveled individual, and I should like to inquire after his opinion. Do you suppose we could beg a moment of his time? Ugh, those pants. A moment, good inspector. I wonder if this conversation would change if I've actually done the Hildebrand quests. If it is an inspector you seek, you shan't find one more capable. Indeed, you could do worse. Far worse. Lord Briarden, a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Francel de Hillianar, and I have the honor of overseeing the reconstruction of the firmament. It is known that you are intimately familiar with all the city-states of Eorzea, and I should be much obliged for your insights. In your expert opinion, what is the one thing you believe the firmament needs most? If the district is to thrive, then it must have a thriving economy. As I have often observed in my travels, the flow of goods and people is a lifeblood to a city and should be encouraged. Ishgard has long been insular, but the recent changes present a great opportunity. Given the right planning, I am hopeful that ours may become a nation where no citizen lives in want. I bid you the very best in your endeavors, and should you ever have need of my investigative prowess, do not hesitate to call upon me. By your leave. Oh, it's the boy. It's only fair. He calls me old girl all the time. I was wondering when you would notice me. Ever a pleasure to see you, old girl. See, there we go. Even if it isn't my dear Lord Francel, how fares your lovely sister? Has she perchance spoken of me of late? If Lenier has spoken of you, I fear it has not been in our conversations. Now, if I may change the subject, Lord Amanelaine, you will have heard that the restoration of the firmament has commenced. Is there aught that you envision for the district? What I envision? I can't say I've given it much thought. Well, with the war finally come to an end, what is in order if not festivities? Yes, make the firmament into a festive place, I say. A place where one and all may engage in revelry each and every day. Beg pardons, my lord, but I believe Lord Francel seeks something more specific and I dare say, constructive. No, the advice comes from the heart, and I shall take it to heart. You have my gratitude, Lord Emmanuel. Always a pleasure to aid my fellow man. Now then, we must be on our way. Take care, Tsumiko, and don't do anything I wouldn't do. You wouldn't do a lot of things, I'm afraid. Oh, and Lord Francel, do send my fondest regards to your sister. Tell her how very helpful I was. Yes, that's good. Well, I dare say we have spoken to enough people. Shall we conclude the surveying and review what we have learned? Butler man is just very calmly and patiently standing. Thanks to your presence, we were able to hear a diverse variety of opinions. Each one has its merits. The question is whether the visions can be made reality. No, such pessimism will not serve. I must have faith and try my earnest best. Now then, for all this talk of the firmament, you haven't even seen it, have you? Would you care to inspect it with me? I will be there for a while hence, so please join me at your leisure. Tomlin by the entrance will show you to the district. Oh, and when you see the man, would you mind giving him this? 'Tis bone-chilling work standing there as he does, and it is a little something to keep him warm. I could as easily hand it to him, to be sure, but it would mean all the more warming coming from the savior of Ishgard. With that, I shall go on ahead. See you in the firmament, my friend. We'll get to that. I am very cold right now, and I need to go warm up by the fire with a nice dinner. What is this over here? What do you want? Oh, this is for the Void Arc. You have the look of a lass who's seen her fair share of trouble. Mayhap you'd be willing to help me with mine. I need a capable sort of head into this sea of clouds to track down my missing airship. I had to mortgage my soul to get that vessel built. Yo! Yeah, hi! Welcome back. So winning the contract to the ferry supplies out to Cloudtop was a real weight off my mind. But it seems my luck ended there. My ship was due back in Ishgard bells ago, and I've been praying for a glimpse of her sails ever since. I can't help fearing the worst. What if she's run afoul of sky pirates? My creditors will have their ponds of flesh. You think me foolish to fear piracy so far above the waves? Well, let me tell you that no honest merchant is safe now that the airship production is, if you'll excuse the pun, taken off. Any scoundrel with a sack of coin and a vague sense of direction can terrorize the skies. Oh, yes, this new breed of buccaneers like to paint themselves as dashing explorers braving the unknown. But the truth of their nature is right there in the name, sky pirates. Given half a chance, they'll strip your ship of every last scrap of cargo and cry yar har har as they launch you screaming over the rails. I've heard the stories. Please, you must make haste to Camp Cloudtop. That's where the shipment was bound, and inquire as to the fate of my poor ship. Oh, and my poor helmsman. Ask Rentremont if he know. He'll know, if any man does. Rentremont. Void Ark is probably one of my least favorite raids, simply because of the Death Gaze. Death Gaze? I think that's what it was. In the first raid for it. Greetings and well met, Mistress Shikami. I have the honor and the privilege to serve as head steward of House Borel, though admittedly our staff is somewhat smaller than those of other noble families, being countable on one hand. My lord will be overjoyed to hear that you have accepted his invitation. As you will soon see, we have spared no expense. I dare say a woman of action such as yourself enjoys nary a moment's respite. Aye, the battlefield beckons even now, I am sure, but for this day, we bid you lay down your burdens and raise a glass to peace and prosperity. Peace. Good man. Eesh.
To think the Moogles would prove such harsh taskmasters. Forgive me. I did not know you had suffered so in your quest for the horn.
He's laughing at me. I need to go get some water.
I must say, your spirited accounts always come as a welcome change from the arid reports which fill my days.
I need tweaking out. Here we go. Oh, a bottle of bourbon? Is he trying to spice me up?
Though I have lived in these lands my entire life, to hear you speak of them, there is much and more I have yet to see. Truly, yours was a marvelous journey.
Wasn't all sunshine and lemon cakes. Why not join me on the next?
Well, truth be told, when I think back on the sweeping vistas of the churning mists, I do feel some slight pangs of wanderlust. Alas, much as I would like to accept your invitation, I fear my present duties with the House of Lords demand my undivided attention. Someday, perhaps. By your deeds, you have helped us to lay the foundation for lasting reform. The formation of the Republic is but the beginning, for it is not only our system of governance which must needs change. We, the people, must learn to let go of our hatreds and rise above our bloody past. I only pray that I live long enough to see us achieve some measure of success, that I might know the lost did not die in vain. I can still see you there on the steps of faith, striding fearlessly towards the worm. If you could do that, who are we to balk at the challenges ahead? The question of how best to strengthen ties with the other great nations of Eorzea has been debated at length in the Lords and Commons of late. As you may imagine, maintaining stability during this period of historic upheaval is our paramount concern. Nevertheless, we are greatly indebted to the Alliance for their support during the Grand Melee, and it would be remiss of us not to repay their faith in kind. Of course, we owe you the greatest debt of all, and it is my hope that in extending our support to you and the Scions, we might also express our gratitude to our neighbors, nay, our fellow Eorzeans, whom we pray you will continue to protect. The Lords and Commons agree on very little, but not a soul in either house begrudges your order this offer of patronage. For all you have done and will do, we thank you.
ironic it would be if he ended up getting poisoned like Nanamo. It's like round 2.
May I ask a personal question? Now that the dust has settled, what will you do? Not as a scion, I mean, but what do you want for yourself?
Lord Commander, pray forgive the interruption.
News from House Fulton?
An urgent message for the Warrior of Light. I was instructed to deliver it without delay. Master Thancred returned to the manor a short time ago, bearing an injured maiden. Master Leveilleur and Mistress Tataru are tending to her wounds, but they like not her chances. Respectfully, my lord, they have requested the Warrior of Light's immediate presence.
You must go to them, my friend, and I shall go with you.
Ingrid had to ruin my dinner date.
For every ending marks a new beginning.
Whose voice is that?
From tragedy and sacrifice, we rise to greet a new dawn, as did she.
Is that the voice for the Warrior Dark?
Only to be drawn unto another battlefield, another cause, as if by fate.
No. Get our fight on. Welcome, Mr. Shikami. Shall I show you inside the manor? Yes, please. It's Alizé.
Yes.
Is that...
Alizé, Alphinaud's twin sister. She ran afoul of the Warriors of Darkness.
Oh. Alright. That's a shame. Alright, well, this is gonna take a second to get back in. Will there have been DDoS activity today? Status. Yeah, there's a big spike just now. That is a shame. Not nearly as bad as the Europe servers. Look at that. There we go. Now, if I... Oh, okay. Right back into it. Excellent.
Yes.
Is that...
Alizé. She ran afoul of the Warriors of Darkness.
Just speaking their name had crashed the whole server.
I had been tracking them since the ceremony at Falcon's Nest. Little did I know I was not the only one. Evidently, she had learned of their activities and attempted to shadow them on her own. Poorly.
Shame.
I rescued her in the Twelveswood, and together we fled north. But though I made every effort to cover our tracks, they caught up with us on the Ishgardian border. And in the ensuing struggle, Elise took an arrow to the shoulder. It was only after we had made good our escape that I realized it was poisoned.
Thank you for coming so quickly. And you, Sir Aymeric.
Think nothing of it. How is she?
We have done all we can for now. Although the immediate danger has passed, the poison yet lingers in her blood. We came to Eorzea together, hoping to bring salvation to the realm our grandfather gave his life to protect. But when confronted with the bitter realities of its politics and its petty powermongers, she was driven to anger and to doubt. She refused to become embroiled in what she termed Eorzea's squabbles and distance herself from the Scions. Though she remained hopeful of a brighter future, she would walk her own path. Would that it had not been so perilous.
You've had your fair share of peril.
For all our differences, she is as dedicated as any Scion to the salvation of Eorzea. But more than that, she is my sister. To be reunited with her, only to lose her forever. Gods, even to speak the words.
Take heart, Master Alphino. She will be attended by our most skilled chirurgeons.
Chirurgeons.
Bear Mistress Leveilleur to the infirmary at once. Apprise Captain Whitecape of the situation, and inform him that she is to be treated as my personal charge.
Wait, don't go. Please, come closer.
Me? Listen here. I cut my dinner short for you. Better be good.
The warriors of darkness are in league with the Ascients. Slaughtering the primals is but the first step in their plan.
Okay, I'd say that's pretty worth
They
it.
make for Zelvatol to bring about Garuda's summoning and to kill her. You must stop them.
I shall inform the others at once.
Master Thancred, I would ask that you accompany Mistress Leveilleur to the infirmary. Your knowledge of her injuries may well prove useful in determining her treatment.
Of course.
At least it didn't make me do the whole thing over again. Surely they won't let her. Yes, I know. We must trust in Captain Whitecape and his chirurgeons. Did they not bring Estinien back from the very brink of death? I am uncomfortably reminded of how he mocked me for praying at his bedside for days on end. What say you, my friend? Shall we turn our attention to a matter whose conclusion is yet to have the power to influence? Food. Heavenly eggnog. Fitting for the season. Yeah. Why shadows of the Thirst. What was his name? It wasn't Edmund. I forgot his name. No, it starts with a B. Right? But they are the Warriors of Light from the first. But they turned into the Warriors of Dark. So the Warriors of Light and the Ascian, or the Warriors of Darkness and the Ascians are conspiring to bring about Garuda's summoning, that they might put her to the sword. Then when we first encountered them and lost Athnath, when they were confronting Ravana. Gods, has this been their aim all along? What do you intend to do, Master Alphino? There is much more I do not understand, but I know this. A primal summoning cannot be ignored. Alize risked her life to uncover this plot, and we squander her gift at our peril. Dumika, will you accompany to Zelphatol and help me stop the Ixal's ritual? Count on me. Back into the fray. Given that Ishgard shares a border with the Ixali homeland, we have a vested interest in the outcome of this ritual. We have been willing to suffer the beastmen intrusions into Korathan lands to a point, but the summoning of a primal is an escalation we cannot abide. You shall have our finest airship, Master Alphino. The mountains of Zelphatol are not easily traversed, and this endeavor demands all haste. The gesture is most appreciated, Sir Aymeric, but I fear an aerial approach is destined to fail. This is their homeland, after all, and the Ixali dirigibles are not to be underestimated. Now, experience tells me the only conceivable approach is by land. I believe it would be wiser to cross into Zelphatol by way of the mountain pass east of Camp Dragonhead. In that case, I shall send instructions to the contingent of the camp's knights to be placed at your disposal. They will secure you safe passage to the mountains and escort you thence to Zelphatol. Though my men are unqualified to confront a primal, they are more than capable of contending with the Ixal. We should be glad of their assistance, Lord Edmund. That's Edmund. God, what was his name? In the event Mistress Alize regains consciousness, we shall share with you any additional information she may provide. May the Fury watch over and keep you safe. Is it a bird? No. God, it's gonna bother me now. Then let us be off. We can procure any additional supplies we require in Camp Dragonhead. Bird. Ugh. Hey, you have cards for me? But be warned, I play for the honor and glory of House of Breton. You have many things I do not have. I'll do just a couple quick rounds of this, because I have issues. Oh, look at the boy! Oh, it's my turn? My go? My tone? What the fuck? No! I'm donezo. It's over, mate. Need some better things before I come back. Ah, that's a shame. There he is. Little chunky boy. Oh no. You have everything you require then. Excellent. The entrance to the pass is north of Natalan and due east of Camp Dragonhead. Though it is normally guarded by SquareEnix warriors, I have been informed that House Fertile Knights have already dispatched them. The enemy's gates lie open. We need but walk through. Good to know, good to know. Let's get it. Thought the way was clear, guys. What's all this? What is all this? Mr. Shikami, Master Alphano, as you can see, the gate is ours. Be advised that our scouts are reporting increased activity around the first mountain. Simply put, they are up to something, and they don't want anyone interfering. We stand ready to escort you to Zalfathol and aid you as you see fit. The enemy will be thick on the ground. Upon arriving, let us advance with care as we search for the site of the summoning ritual. If the gods are good, we should only have to contend with the Ixal, but if they are not, we may be forced to do battle with the Warriors of Darkness. Zalfathol. Only because I like exploring, and I can't do that when I'm with other people. What the fuck was that? What the hell is all this? I vaguely remembered this dungeon. Excuse me? Kind of pretty though, I'm not gonna lie. A little dead, but pretty nonetheless. up falling down those falls. Treasure chest even, huh? Keep expecting to be able to walk out onto one of these and there'd be like a chest or something. But nothing's... Oh, excuse me? What is this? He's just attached to a balloon. Dreams of flight, and they don't care how they do it. Ooh. Oh. My guy, you were supposed to dodge. These items, I've not been here before. Look at all of that. What were they doing in here? Well, I guess I gotta live somewhere. Oh, because I'm on the duh. I appreciate that they don't put those debuffs on the NPCs. Because that would not be great. Oh, they're coming out of their little houses. That can be considered a house, though. A little nest. Yeah, look at that. Just a little room. The lever in it? Or is it to go up? Open the door! It is to go up. Cool. Goodbye, guys. See you later. We're going to the top of the mountain? And then this can go here. Yeah, it's fine for now. You killing nothing. I remember this dungeon. I remember it was a thing, but I don't remember doing it, if that makes sense. Get away from me! We're at the mountaintop now. Something tells me we need to go to the big purple balloon. Ew.
Release!
Airstone. This is a really long dungeon. Ooh, that's fun. I would 10 out of 10 do that again. Oh, I was like, where's the rock? Where's my rock? almost there. Going to the party balloon. Why am I getting beat up? Birdman! Don't forget that I'm a healer. The music really does go hard.
Away with you! Away with you!
Computer. Big bird lady. that matters to you. I forgot to get my book from Chloe. For shame. I'll do that after this. That's right. Shoot. Shoot, shoot. Get out of here. I didn't think so.
So they were unable to see the ritual to its completion. Then Garuda is no longer a threat, and whatever the Ascians and the Warriors of Darkness were planning has come to naught.
Good, good.
But we should not tarry. The knights have secured our path to safety.
Well, well. What do we have here? You'd better not have killed the primal without us.
I think we kind of did. No. Not the boy.
You!
Wait, I know you. Still walking, I see. I could have sworn my aim was true.
Just what is your game? Leading us the long way so these fools could step in and claim our prize?
No, no. Let's not make hasty accusations. By the look of things, the ritual was proceeding as planned. We arrived at the appointed hour. 'Twas they who erred.
It is hopeless. We cannot face them all.
Do mine ears deceive? A boy! So that's the way of it. Twins! You had me worried for a moment there. Know that I will happily make it quicker for you, if you just stand still.
No, thank you.
Enough, Jarumal. We wouldn't want to upset the man in white with any unnecessary bloodshed now, would we? You've been awfully busy since we were kind enough to spare your lives.
While you were idly consorting with the Ascians, you mean? 7 hells! What could you possibly hope to achieve?
Should I explain it to you? Very well. Consider it a reward of sorts for beating us here. You know the tale of Hydaelyn and Zodiark, I take it? Of the Great Sundering and the reflections it created?
I feel like this is new.
Across 10 and 3 they were divided. Reflections of the source, each possessed of shards of light and dark.
Just so. One of those reflections, the one nearest to the source, is our home. And we were the heroes blessed with her light. But not all worlds hold light and dark in equal measure. In ours, the power of light was greater by far. So the Ascians, who once threatened our home, were no match. And they fell before us, one after another, till none were left. Victory, we thought. And then came the light. A flood of pure, blinding radiance, annihilating shadow and color and life itself. Ere long, it will consume our world, leaving naught in its wake but blank perfection.
That cannot be. Do you honestly expect us to believe such a story?
Believe
believe what you like. But it has happened before, on a world far removed from ours. The 13th, which was swallowed by the dark and transformed into what you call the Void. Unchallenged light would condemn us to a similar fate. And so we joined hands with our former enemies, and with their aid came here, to the Source. For there is but one way to restore the balance and save our home. The Ardor. Calamitous destruction with the power to break down the barriers between planes and see our worlds rejoined.
You would doom our world to save your own? What would even become of us? Of you?
I don't think that's how it works.
I tire of talking. You know our cause. You know what is at stake. We are prepared to do whatever it takes. Are you?
If there is aught you would say, say it. Otherwise, be gone. You have no friends here.
Did he really not recognize him? That's a shame. All things considered, we should be grateful to have survived that encounter. Do you think it could be true that to save their world, I must bring ruin to ours? No, it matters not. Such wanton destruction is beyond justification. Whatever their reason, they must be stopped. The sacrifice, the loss, it ends here. Forgive me, this is neither the time nor the place for idle introspection. The knight's gonna praise Lord Edmund of our success, and we the Lord Commander. More importantly, I should like to see if my sister's condition has improved. You may take a moment for yourself if you wish. I will be at the congregation. Back to Ishgard then. No. Back into his armor, I see. It brings me joy to see you safely return to us, Tunica. And what news from Zelphatol? Then we are not too late. On behalf of Ishgard, I offer you my deepest thanks. As for we who remained behind, Mistress Y'shtola has been tending to Mistress Alizé in your absence, and I am pleased to report that she has regained consciousness. I imagine you have many questions, especially given your recent encounter with the Warriors of Darkness. I know I do. Come, let me show you to her room. Do not worry, her condition is much improved. She is a resilient one, much like her brother.
Alizé, how are you feeling?
Well enough, brother. Thanks to the kindness of our hosts. They told me you had departed for Zelphatol while I was still abed. I slept much better knowing that. Thank you.
I take it your mission was a success.
As if we needed any further confirmation that they are in league with the Ascians. But to save another world? I think not.
I too thought his story fanciful at first. But it is possible there may be a kernel of truth in all of this. At the very least, none of his claims contradict the word's account.
Words?
You were following these people, Alice. Why?
During my travels, I had oft enjoyed tales of the Scions and their exploits. But after a time, I began to hear whispers of a gifted and theretofore unknown band of adventurers. Adventurers who had supposedly sworn to travel the realm slaying primals in the Scion's stead.
The Warriors of Darkness. And in the course of investigating these rumors, you stumbled upon the Ascians' involvement.
Yes, exactly.
Forgive me, but if these Warriors of Darkness mean to bring about another calamity, to what end do they hunt primals?
To prompt an escalation. To deepen the beast tribe's feelings of helplessness and despair, and thereby drive them to summon ever more powerful gods. And lest we forget, these events do not occur in isolation. With their patron deities being slain left and right, the news of man's victory over Nidhogg must surely have sown panic in the minds of the Beastmen. 'Tis no wonder they wish to defend themselves.
Power answered with greater power. Death with more death. A vicious cycle fueled by fear and hatred. I know it's like all too well.
Indeed. The Ascians sow discord and desperation, and the Warriors of Darkness reap the harvest. And so it continues. Yet that is not the extent of their ambitions. The Ascian himself observed that once the powerless realize that the old gods have failed them, they will have little recourse but to look to a new one.
We cannot let that happen.
It should come as no surprise, but Alice and I have uncovered evidence that the Ascians have been manipulating certain parties to ensure that a constant stream of crystals flows into the hands of the beast tribes. If we sever these supply lines, we should at least be able to slow the escalation.
Agreed. Kral and I shall journey to Zelphatol and learn what we can of the Ixal's source.
Then I, for my part, pledge to lead a similar investigation into the origin of the Nath supply.
Sir Aymeric?
As a member of the Eorzean Alliance, Ishgard is honor bound to play an active role in maintaining the security of the realm. You might also say that I have some personal motivation, given the Ascians' dealings with my father. However, I make no secret of the fact that my knowledge of primal beings is scant at best. As such, I should be most grateful if one of your order were to assist me.
Allow me, Sir Aymeric. I have dealt with the Nath before.
He's so scruffy.
Let us consult with Orianja then. Given his dedication to the study of primal beings, I should be surprised if he could not tell us something of value.
Allow me to accompany you, brother. And before you think to refuse, know that I am not the girl I once was. I shall not be a burden. You have my word.
But Alice, you...
The silent stare.
You are more than welcome. After all, it was you who set us upon this path.
Wait a minute! I'm afraid I can't allow you to leave just yet. Not until you try on the new outfit I prepared for you.
Wonder if their measurements are the same between the twins. or if Alizés are just a little bit bigger. It has been many moons since we last worked together, though I believe the same cannot be said for the two of you. I confess I was aware of your subterranean expedition, if of your search for the truth of the calamity. I haven't done it yet, Alphino. I'm sorry. I should have done it ages ago. I considered involving myself with her venture for a time, but as you know all too well, the circumstances conspired to keep us apart. I can only assume she carried on in our absence. My apologies for keeping you waiting. Them legs. Right then, shall we be off? Tataru never ceases to impress, though for a moment I feared she might furnish you with an identical outfit. Praise it, well, she did not. Mother and father were rather too fond of making us wear matching outfits. Do you remember the time at the studium when that girl of yours crept up behind me in the hall and whispered, "Sister, please, she was not my... Can we not have this conversation in front of the Warrior of Light?" He was a little playboy in school. Little playboy schoolboy? So be it. Another time, perhaps. I should thank you again for your assistance with my expedition, Sumiko. Though we left matters somewhat unfinished, I am nevertheless prepared to focus on the task at hand and aid you to the fullest extent of my abilities. As you helped me to brave the coil, so too will I help you to defeat the Warriors of Darkness. I haven't done it yet, I'm sorry. Welcome to the fight. New garments aside, I must say you seem different, more resolute than when we last met. You have the look of a woman who is ready to fight for the future of Eorzea. To the extent of my abilities, perhaps, but I have no delusions of grandeur, nor will I pretend to have found myself or any such thing. I am here today because I regret it if I weren't, that is all. Fair enough. Let us depart for the Waking Sands then, and see if Urianger can be of assistance. I really should try and do it. Once I get to level 80, I was looking it up. Level 80 should be able to solo it, just because I don't think I can find anybody to run it right now. Since it's such old content. Unless anybody wants to run it with me. I would not be opposed. Tomlin, my man, I've got some slightly cooled cider for you. Welcome back, my lady. Will you be heading to the firmament? Wine, excuse me. From the Lord Overseer, you say? He truly is too kind. Before I began working under Lord Francel, I had thought as little of highborns as I assumed they thought of us commoners. But my lord not only treats everyone as equals, he shows kindness to everyone. And to receive this gift from the hands of the savior of Ishgard herself, I am touched beyond words. Thank you, my lady. I shall enjoy the wine when I find a quiet moment. Now then, I believe Lord Francel is expecting you in the firmament. Just say the word and I will show you through. And let's go. Oh my god. It's still here. I can still power level my crafters. Oh, this feels good. Okay. Good times. I don't have to stare at my crafting levels and go, why? There you are, Zimko. I bid you welcome to the firmament. Thanks, sir. As you can see, the rebuilding itself is complete, but this is but the beginning, however, and we must now turn our attention to the running of the district. We have much and more to do, but speaking to the people has stoked the fire of my determination. I want to make the firmament into a vibrant, thriving district where highborn and lowborn alike may live side by side in harmony. Yet I would be lying were I to say the task does not daunt me. There is a limit to what I can achieve, especially given House Harley and Art's diminished influence. Have I come at a bad time? Count Edmund! To what do we owe the honor? Lest you forget, I am the Count de Fortin no more, just a retired old man. As for my presence here, Ameline's reported that Zimiko was in Ishgard, and I thought I would make a social call. You will forgive my eavesdropping, but it seems the reconstruction project is not immune to the uncertainty that has accompanied our nation's transition into a republic. Zimiko, I am given to understand that the other nations have established residential districts for adventurers. Sorry, that startled me. Districts for adventurer use. Is this true? Sorry, I've been living under a rock. Yes, I have heard of such places. I don't have a house yet. Districts specifically for adventurer use, where they might possess their own abode? Intriguing. The truth is, our nation is divided by a gulf, where the redistribution of wealth may go some ways towards closing this gulf. It shall not lead to true independence for the masses. We must ask ourselves, in this new age in which we live, what role should each one of us play? In pondering this dilemma, I believe that we may draw inspiration from adventurers in their independent lives. Independent lives. If we were to translate this into the firmament, might it not assume the form of self-administration? Seems you have found a spark. In which case, this old man's ramblings have served their purpose. I shall pray for your success, Lord Francel. Your words are as a beacon in the day, my lord. Thank you. Well, Zimigo, you seem to be occupied at present, so I will leave you to your tasks. But when next we meet, I hope to be regaled you with your recent adventures. As ever, our Fortin Manor is at your disposal should you need a rest. Oops. You done talking, Francel? 'Cause I'm itching to meet your hero friend. Yes, forgive me for the wait. Zimigo, permit me to introduce to you Augilbert. Augilbert. Okay. Formerly an engineer of our house, he now serves as the project's chief foreman. It is thanks to his leadership on site that I am able to focus my energies on administrative aspects of the reconstruction. What'd you do to your eyes, sir? Francel's told me all about you, Zimigo. First you saved the whole bleeding nation, and now you're helping us rebuild it brick by brick. What can I say except it's great to have you on board. If you have any questions about the work, I'd be happy to field them. Just leave the tedious stuff like the budget for Francel, eh? Speaking of which, if you can spare another moment, my friend, I should like to consult you on some administrative matters. With all the little tasks demanding my time, I cannot always be present on site, but I endeavor to visit as soon as possible, and I hope to see you often too. You now have access to the firmament. An option has been added to teleport here from the Foundation Aetherite. Speak with Agber to know how you may contribute to the reconstruction efforts. I'll do that later. We'll come back for an apartment later. For now... Good things come to those who don't wait. I cannot see what I'm doing, sir. Perky Piggy and his lovable litter of swinelings will be in charge of the proceedings. Perky Piggy. We'll come back. We're going to... Burrito. I think it is. Well. Andre, apologies for calling upon you unannounced. Why, Master Alphino, would that the scholar had seen fit to grant me knowledge of thy coming. What bringeth thee and thine here this day? The warriors of darkness have returned. Pray allow us to explain. I too have heard tales in recent days of primal beings rising up only to be cast down by forces unknown. Alas, as thou didst observe, this serveth but to spur the beast tribes to pursue their goals with redoubled fervor. We have two objectives at this time, to identify and remove the source of the beast tribe's crystals, and to take direct action to prevent any further summoning rituals from reaching completion. The second is easier said than done, of course. While we were fortunate enough to learn of the Ixal's plans before they came to fruition, I should be surprised if the Warriors of Darkness and the Ascians did not have similar designs elsewhere of which we have no knowledge. Thou wert wise to come hither, for this day I did receive tidings most troubling from across the Strait of Murlthor. The Okamoro stirreth, and there are whispers that the Lord of Craigs neareth his return. Mere rumours, mark thou, but in light of thine own discoveries, thou canst still afford to turn a deaf ear to their claims. Aye, we must ascertain the truth of the matter for ourselves. Let us consult with the Maelstrom forces stationed at Camp Overlook, Simiko. Thank you for your counsel, Horray. Pray inform us should you learn aught else. I shall. If I may, brother. Horray, is there anything else you would like to say? Say? If not, then never mind. I only ask because you're normally rather more verbose. Nothing to add? Very well. Ere we depart, I wish to make a request. The Warriors of Darkness spoke of how the Ardor had the power to break down the barriers between planes, that our worlds might be rejoined. I would ask that you research this for us. Being nowhere near as well read as you, I'm sure I wouldn't know where to begin. That said, I have heard tell of a promising tome, the Garoon Oracles. Perhaps you could start there. By thy leave. Camp Overlook, was it? Very well. Suspicious. Oh, I have the thing to turn in. 'Tis not the first time I have seen thee stride into the waking sands wearing such a look. Thou art as an open book, Zumiko, wherein the tale of thy victory is writ large. In her redoubled strength I glimpsed the dark hand of the Paragons. Her return and her very defeat serveth merely to continue the escalating cycle of conflict. Full glad am I of thine all-surpassing martial skills, Zumiko, yet still more glad would I be were they not required. That the Lady Iceheart could be made to abandon her misbegotten crusade, till she be thus converted or else slain, the people of Ishgard will know no peace. But to be not disheartened, one day by thy light the strength within and without shall be purged, and the Ascians shall taste lasting defeat. We need only have faith. While I'm over here, I may as well do the Beast Tribe quests. Hello. There you are. 7 hells. At this rate, I'll have to appeal to the Maelstrom Command for reinforcements. Whatever it is, I don't want any. How about some help? Well, fancy that. Just when my kobold problems look like they're coming to a head, the signs of the 7th dawn turn up, itching to pitch in. Brilliant timing is what it is. Right then, let's get to it. Let's get to it. So our friendly neighbors in Ogohomoro have got much more aggressive of late, just as you said. Matter of fact, our scouts spotted one sniffing about the stores just now. Likely looking to make off with an armful of crystals. I'll be damned if I'm about to let that happen. Lend a hand and help us search the camp for the little bugger, would you? Our Maelstrom friends seem notably more agitated than when we first arrived. Do you happen to know why that might be? kobold in the camp, you say? That would appear to corroborate Urianger's information, yes. But to be so reckless as to infiltrate a maelstrom camp and draw attention to the efforts is passing strange. Well, there will be time to think on this later. For the present, we must do everything in our power to prevent Titan summoning. And that means finding and questioning this kobold. Let's see. Shush. There he is. Oh, it's just a little baby. He's so tiny. Stay back. Away, far back. I'm not a... it's no use. Pointless, hopeless, no use. Wait, come back. Give me but a moment. Oh. Get off. Good night. Thank you. Please, don't hurt me. I only wish to talk. Yes, just talk. There he goes. Would you hold still? This was a stupid plan. Stupid. But if I tell no one, then everyone will... Gah! She found me again! What to do? I come in peace, only to talk. Speak, say, talk. So please do not hurt me. So this is our wily kobold infiltrator, is it? No wonder the soldiers were on edge. He could very well give one and bruised me. Huzzah! We've got him! Fine work, Scions. So, little one, thought you could sneak into my camp, did you? Plotting to steal my crystals, were you? No. I came to talk, to ask for help. But when your soldiers saw me, they drew their weapons and shouted, and I... Now, let us take a deep breath and discuss this like civilized individuals. What is your name, child? Pikmin Gabu of the 620th Order. At least, I will be a Pikmin one day. Well met, Gabu. I am Alphino, and this is my sister Alize. Sumiko, the woman who found you, is our friend. And now that you know our names, we can be friends too. Now, Commander Bloiden here thinks you wanted to take his crystals, Gabu, but you said you came to ask for help. Why to us and not your own people? What happened, Gabu? Can you tell us? No one is going to hurt you, alright? Not while we're here, I promise. The Patriarch, Patriarch is going to summon the Great Father again, and you have to stop him. Beat him, fight him, stop him. Gabu's parents said they didn't want it, along with many others. But the Patriarch wouldn't listen. He was so angry, raging, fuming angry. He said that if they didn't have iron in their hearts, they would serve as coke for the furnace. And then the guards took my parents and the others away, and I haven't seen any of them since. Coke for the furnace? I did not want to believe it, but I've heard tales of the folk I fashioned from the bones of beastmen, which worshippers use in their rituals, hoping to summon more powerful incarnations of their gods. The 12, that is sickening. No one listens to Gabu. No one hears how much he cries. Pleads, begs, cries. They do not listen, only talk about punishing the overdwellers for praising the Great Father. Gabu loves the Great Father, but he loves his parents too. So please help Gabu put the Patriarch stop the Patriarch and save his parents. Commander, advise Maelstrom Command that Titan summoning is imminent. Should the worst come to the worst, we will require their support. Time being of the essence, we will attempt to infiltrate the Kobold stronghold, secure their crystals, and free the prisoners. Well, if you're sure, you'll forgive me if I don't seem optimistic. We'll make ready just in case. I have faith that we may yet stop the ritual. We would surely have detected the associated etheric disturbance had Titan manifested already. But I cannot speak for the prisoners. 12 have mercy. That they would even contemplate sacrificing their own flesh and blood. Brothers and sisters, mothers and fathers. Time is of the essence. We must see what else Gabu knows and formulate a plan without further delay. I heard Great Father Titan loves crystals, cherishes, covets, loves them, and if we gather enough, he will return. That's why the Patriarch told everyone to go forth and gather them. So I was thinking, if we take all the crystals away, maybe the Great Father won't come? Very good, Gabu. I was just thinking the same thing. Do you know where these crystals are stored? I know. Oh, several spots, each defended by a different order. Gabu wanted to steal them, but he was too afraid to go alone. Yes, too afraid to go alone. But together we can take them away and hide them. Come, Gabu will lead you to the first cache. Sweet Gabu. The sweet boy. Quickly! Got you. Do you have them all? Good. Lead on, Gabu. This way. Not a single one that deny. In short, if you have the crystals, we should move to the next cache. Do you hear me, brother? Brother? Aye, it's just that... I'm quite certain that crate once bore Ishgardian seals. Someone took great pains to remove all traces, but enough remains to make out the pattern. See for yourself. I struggle to imagine kobolds traveling to Korthus to obtain crystals, much less bothering to conceal their origins. I suspect these crystals were smuggled into Vilbrand by another party, most likely a pawn of the Ascians, as Thancred speculated. I don't understand. Who are the Ascians? Do they worship Great Father Titan too? Never you mind about that. As Alize said, we do not have a lot of time. Can you lead us to the next cache, Gabu? Yes, of course. Gabu knows the way. The next one is the last and very, very large, very big, very huge. Very large. Though you cast about for a time, you see no sign of the crystals. I've been duped. Confound it. What about you, Tsumiko? Any luck? Nothing, nothing. But this cannot be. Gabu saw them. Spied, spotted, saw. Think, brother, think. They must have moved them, yes? The question is, where to and why? Within Ogohomoro, where they summoned Titan once before, and mean to do so again. It is the only explanation. What about Mother and Father and the others? We have to help them. And we will, Gabu, we will. Stay calm, we still have time. They have yet to call for the remaining crates, yes? If they had, then they would have found the other caches empty and sounded the alarm. Nevertheless, I believe the time for stealth has passed. We must breach the navel and seize the remaining crystals. There is no other way to prevent Titan summoning. But first, give me your crystals, that I might deliver them unto Commander Bloodend's custody. You dare not take them into the bowels of the mountain. The crystals, if you would be so kind. Yeah, they are ice crystals, huh? Thank you. I shall deliver them to Camp Overlook for safekeeping and brief Commander Bloden of the situation. Pray go on ahead. As I recall, there is an aetheryte within the Ogohomoro mines that should deliver you to the navel. Gabu doubtless knows the way. Wait for me there and I shall join you anon. Strange, I would have thought you eager to remain in the thick of the action. But if this is what you would prefer, then Godspeed, brother. This way, this way! Probably should have gone to get the Beast Tribe quests before I came in here. That's okay. I'll do them later. Shoot. Shoot. I take it this is the aetheryte we seek? Right then. As soon as Alphinaud arrives, we go. I trust you are feeling suitably heroic, Tsumiko. There's no telling what sort of resistance we'll face in there. Definitely a lot of crystals. Quickly, you clods. Briskly, swiftly, quickly. I will not suffer any further delays. Lay down your arms and surrender. We have your crystals. There will be no summoning this day. Overdwellers. Here? But how did you... Where are my parents, Patriarch? Where are they? Dead. Mother? Father? Cook for the furnace, you monster. How could you? Aye. We are but servants to the Lord of Crags. We are his, that he may drink of our blood and partake of our flesh, that he might draw upon the strength of his children and defend them from the tyranny of the overdwellers. No, Jose, not yet. I understand, Patriarch. I do. Your fear, your anger, your hate. You would do anything to protect your people, anything to deliver them from despair. What it takes to ensure that those who threatened you can never do so again. But in your single-minded pursuit of this objective, you have brought suffering to your own kith and kin. You have sacrificed the lives of the very people you sought to protect. But it need not be this way, Patriarch. Renounce this bloody course. Cease your attempts to summon your god and work with us, together, to build a lasting peace. Another peace to be abandoned at the overdwellers' convenience. Oathbreakers, all of you. Liars, betrayers, oathbreakers. You take, and you take, and you take, and when you have had your fill, you sue for peace. You promise that this time it is the last until you grow hungry again. And when we dare to defend ourselves, you declare that the Beast tribe cannot be suffered to live, that our god drains the land of ether and brings naught but suffering, death, destruction, suffering upon us all. I will hear no more lies from you and yours, overdweller. You've ruined your own lands, you'll not ruin ours. I said I'd come for you, and I did. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. Say something, please. 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 Wake up. Wake up. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. We should not have brought a child here. Oh my lord. Seven hells. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. Alphino. Leave him to me. We must away. That a little carbuncle could daze him so. By the 12, how could I be so foolish? I should have known better than to let Gabu accompany us, given what we were like to find. His anguish and despair have served to birth a primal, just as surely as would the supplications of the faithful. Worse, being born of such tumultuous emotion, the incarnation of Titan seems incapable of naught but violence. we have one cause for optimism, it is that while many crystals were present, they represented but a fraction of the quantity intended for the summoning ritual, meaning that Titan must be far weaker than planned. Be that as it may, he is yet a primal, and the longer we leave him to bleed the land of Aether, the longer he will grow. Or the stronger he will grow. And should Titan be permitted to leave or go tomorrow, more lives will be lost. The Maelstrom will rally their troops, and the cycle will continue. Simco, you know what must be done. Will you face the Lord of Crags once more? Thank you, my friend. Alize and I will tend to Gabu. When you have finished with the primal, look for us in Camp Overlook. We will be expecting you. I just have to do hard. Alright. Easy enough. Looks like it'll take a little bit of time, so I'll see if I can't. Go get me some Beastman tribes. Quests. Beastman quests. What is a Fugelman? Ew. Where am I going with it? goblin show. Here we go. Or not. Yay. That did it. Plate didn't save. Oh well. Oh shit. The other healer did right by me. What else we got? I'm good. Remember how many I needed. A gold pot. Don't mind if I do. What do you keep in a gold pot? A worm? Is that a worm? Guess it is something that they would eat, isn't it? Ooh. Where the hell am I? That is too zoomed in. Get me out of here. Done yet. That is unfortunate. Well, as long as nothing bothers me, I'm fine. Okay. We're good to get out of here. It's all smoggy. You return with the glories that make up those beauties. Yes, I do. Take it. For all it is worth, take it. Spectacular. What's it? just mowed down on those. My cute little chocobo. It's a basket of apples. Very cute. Ah, there she is. Did I not tell you she will return safe and sound? The deed is done then. Titan is no more. Good. There's been enough tragedy this day. He has been like that since he regained consciousness. We believed he could hear us, but he has made no attempt to respond. He is almost certainly still in shock, but we cannot discount the possibility that he succumbed to the Primal's influence. Should that prove to be the case, he must be put to death, like any other thrall. Such is the Alliance's policy, yes. Have the right of it. But we must not rush to conclusions. After all, we once feared that Izel's followers were beyond reason, and many have since laid down their arms and accepted Ishgard's peace. But we can but watch, wait, and pray. There is naught to be gained from dwelling on an eventuality over which we have no control, much less one which may never even come to pass. Let us tend to more immediate matters, informing Commander Bloden of Titan's demise, for example. You may be certain that he will be glad of the news. Would you be so kind as to break it to him? How do you break news? So, like, breaking glass? Breaking a leg? Ah, you're a sight for sore eyes. When the others came back without you, I feared the worst. But they said you had matters well in hand. All settled then, is it? I'm glad to hear it, but none half as glad as my men will be, believe you me. Regardless of whether or not he was summoned properly, a primal's a primal, and there ain't a soul in the maelstrom that hasn't lost a friend to one. Don't get me wrong, like, we were all prepared to do our part, but we weren't so naive as to think we'd live to tell the tale. Thankfully, of course, it didn't come to that, which, my friend, sounds to me like cause for celebration. Now, I know you lot have places to be, but why not stay the night? We'd be honored to raise a glass to the triumphant return of Titan's Bane. Game. It's so pretty.
Who goes there?
It's just me.
Oh, it's you. Forgive me for straying from the camp. He hasn't been feeling too welcome, to say the least. I thought a change of scenery might do him good. But, alas. So quiet out here. The stars spread out before us, beckoning across time and space. Dawn may banish even the darkest night. How bitterly beautiful, those words. I should be stronger for all my experiences, yet my heart aches more than ever. I never understood why Grandfather gave his life that day. I thought that if I came here, I would find the answers I needed. But when I finally laid eyes on the land he sacrificed everything to save, saw firsthand the bickering, the pettiness, I was disappointed. I was angry. I could not fathom how these people were more deserving of his love than his family, than me. Nevertheless, I had to believe he had good reason. I was determined to uncover the whole truth of the calamity and, perhaps in so doing, find my own purpose in this sea of chaos. My travels have been enlightening, but I cannot say that I have enjoyed them. I have lost count of the many petty crises that I was helpless to resolve and of the people whose actions I could not understand. There were others, of course. Good people. People with whom I felt a kinship, whose lives I could not save. I found myself asking what it was all for. Why try if I was doomed to fail in the end? But then I recalled Grandfather's words to my father, years ago, before he left Sharlayan behind forever. To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. We must all protect that which we hold most dear in the manner of our own choosing. We have to try, do we not? Of course, it's one thing to try and another to do. There were times while I was tracking the warriors of darkness when I faltered, when I was afraid. But then I thought of my brother, of Urianger. Oh, pray forgive me. This conversation has been rather one-sided, hasn't it? Mayhap you could recount some of your adventures in Ishgard. We had no clear memories of our life in the hinterlands, having returned to the motherland as infants. Nevertheless, I am quite familiar with Master Matoya, as is every Sharlayan. I should like to speak with her someday. 'Twould not surprise me if Alphino's recent maturation was at least somewhat due to her sage guidance. I would never tell him this, of course, but there have been moments when I've caught myself thinking of him as an elder brother.
I wonder if he is the older.
The hopes and dreams of so many rest on your shoulders, Warrior of Light. As long as the sun rises, we can but carry on, for the sake of those we hold dear.
Each star a shining world all its own. This guy again. Bertrand? Bertrand, I think it is.
To what end dost thou cling to the tainted gifts of the Mother?
Every tool has its purpose. Even this. Well, what is it?
The seeds sown in Vilbrand have been plucked from the earth and left to wither. Alas, Titan's demise sufficed not to drive the kobolds to deepest desperation.
What did the man in white have to say?
That we are to proceed as he did first set forth.
Well, that's easy for him to say. It's not his bloody world on the brink of destruction, is it?
Be thou well reminded that with an end to Ishgard's unrest, naught now remaineth to preoccupy the Scion's thoughts, and thus may they devote their every energy to thwarting thee and thine. I foresee only greater difficulties ahead.
Foresee?
Lied.
Are you sure you don't welcome them? I'm starting to think you might hold a candle for your old friends after all.
Pray do not mistake mine intent. I but look upon the path which lieth before us with due trepidation. Shouldst thou be of like mind, pray consider then another course. For the power to invoke the ardor belongeth not unto the Ascians alone. With thine own hand strike down thine enemy, the so-called hero who would see thy home lost to light. Do but this, and thou wouldst at a single stroke disrupt the all-too delicate balance of this realm, plunging her straightways into chaos.
You do realize what you're suggesting, yes?
To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. The words of my teacher, and a creed I hold close to my heart.
Very well. Draw her out. We'll make it quick.
I don't think so, brother.
It shall be done. What good a creed one cannot uphold? What hurts soothed? What lives saved? Oh, hapless fool, what hast thou wrought by thine own hands? Minfilia, my friends, I shall not now beg your forgiveness. Full deeply though it paineth me to walk it, I shall not stray from my chosen path. As Moonbreeder remains steadfast, so too shall I.
Misguided fool that you are. Well, hello, Tsumiko. I trust you had a good night's rest. I was but this moment speaking with Thancred and Y'shtola via link pearl. They had some interesting news to share. Apparently during the course of their respective investigations, both came across crates which had once borne Ishgardian seals. It would seem that someone in the capital has been very busy indeed. Accordingly, the Temple Knights have launched a full-scale investigation. Sir Aymeric believes that it is only a matter of time before the culprits are found. We shall have to wait and see. In the meantime, it seems only prudent to look into the recent activities of the other tribes, in case they too are flush with Ishgardian crystals. And with that in mind, I suggest we pay Oriange another... Wait, where's Alisaie? She was here a moment ago, with Gabu. This way? Yeah. The ruins of Nim all over the place. Ah, let me guess. It's time to leave, is it? My apologies for disappearing again. If it is any consolation, I have already packed my things. How is he? Brother, Commander Bloden, something tells me you're not solely here out of concern for his welfare. But to answer your question, there has been no change. He will not speak or eat. I'm not even sure if he slept. If he did, he seems none the better for it. He just shuffles about with the same expression on his face. You will look after him, won't you, Commander? And treat him with every kindness? He's still in there, I know it. Beneath the anguish and the despair, he's still fighting with all his heart. He deserves to be given a chance, until he comes back to us, until we know for certain what has become of him. Aye, you needn't worry. If he hadn't risked his neck to warn us and help you secure the better part of the crystals, this could have turned out a damn sight worse than it did. We'll not soon forget that, nor will Maelstrom Command. I'm so sorry, Gabu. I truly am. You should never have been made, and I know I cannot possibly understand. Mayhap there is nothing I can do or say. The pain, the anger, the helplessness. Hold fast to the memories of better times. Remember them as they were. And when it hurts so much your heart feels fit to burst, let it burst. Let it burst and fill up again with your love for them, and never, ever forget. Come along, little one. I will remember them. Thank you, Alize. Thank you. Have faith, sister. Your words reached him. In time, he will recover. And those who orchestrated these events will be made to answer for their crimes. A 1,000 times over, there will be a reckoning. I think I'm almost done with this patch. Yeah. We have heard the glad tidings from Ogohamoro, my friends. By the grace of the 12 and your most valiant efforts, the people of Limsa Lominsa may rest easy. I should like to think so, yes. Though we failed to prevent the Lord of Cracks from manifesting, we did succeed in weakening him, enabling our friend to dispatch him before the Warriors of Darkness could make matters worse. 'Twas by no means an unmitigated success, but it will have to suffice. And let us speak of another matter. One which weigheth heavy on my lady's mind. As thou didst request, I sought out the Garoon oracles, that we might better understand the aims of the Warriors of Darkness. Though their copious use of allegory defieth any single interpretation, the oracles paint a most disturbing picture, one of worlds parallel to our own, apart yet linked, reduced to ruin with every umbral calamity. 7 times have they succeeded. Then 10 of the 3, only 6 worlds remained. Aye, all is as my lady Menphelia spake to thee. As for what becometh of these reflections, when they and the source are rejoined, frail flesh undone in umbral fires, each soul surrendereth to her call, to flow unto the endless sea, there to endure as one and none. Then, if the warriors of darkness succeed, everyone in their world will die? In essence, the verse speaketh of the reunification of the flesh and subsequent return to the life stream. However, this fate may yet be preferable to the alternative, for if the first were to fall to transcendent light in the manner the warriors of darkness described, it would give way unto a void wherein none may know either life or death. Far better to die, they reason, for in death there is life. The essence of a soul, which returneth unto the source, may be born anew, saved. Such, at least, is their belief, I surmise. If that is true, then, gods, no one should ever have to make such a choice. Ere we speak further on this subject, I would share with thee another recent discovery. It would seem that several sizable shipments of crystals have been delivered into the hands of a certain Alamegan parties. Alamegans? Strange, and you believe this is the work of the same Ishgardian smugglers who supplied the beast tribes? I know beyond the shadow of a doubt. At least you wonder at their motives. I would remind you that the Ascians did once attempt to bring about the summoning of Ralber. The individuals who took receipt of these shipments are refugees belonging to a group devoted to the cause of Alamegan liberation. It may also interest thee to know that their Ishgardian suppliers appear to be none other than the remnants of Elaine Royale's network of spies. Surely you jest, and yet it is not so surprising. Bereft of leadership and hunted by the Alliance, I can well imagine such villains being desperate enough to conspire with the Ascians, assuming they even know or care who their new employers are. All of which is irrelevant. Forgive me, we must seek out the resistance groups which received the crystals without delay. Simiko, Alize, will you come with me to Little Alamigo? Yes, of course. I should like to hear what they have to say for themselves, firsthand. May you ever walk in the light of the crystal. She's still being sussy of him. Alphino, Alize, Timiko, are you three listening? Good, I have tidings. The Temple Knights raided the smuggler's warehouse less than an hour ago. A cursory interrogation of the prisoners yielded confirmation that they were in the employ of, and I hope you are sitting down, a man in black robes. Then you have them, and the crystals too? Well, a few remained, regrettably, it would seem they dispatched one final shipment in the hours before we struck. 'Twas bound for Little Alamigo, we were told, where it will be received by members of the local resistance group. Since our Aymeric's men no longer have need of my service, I have a mind to head that way. As do we, by happy coincidence. We learned of the shipments but a few moments ago. And here I was thinking I might finally be one step ahead of the warrior Blight and her little helpers. Wait a moment, there is more, and I defy you not to be surprised by this revelation. The leader of the Ishgardian smugglers was formerly in the employ of one Elaine Royale, the infamous Ivy herself. Once again, Thancred, I fear I must inform you that... Thancred, with whom else have you shared this information? About the smugglers? No one. As I think I mentioned, the raid was less than an hour ago. I was planning to contact Yishola next, but is there someone else you would have me notify first? No, there isn't. Yeah, she's getting on to him. She knows something's up. What in the world has gotten into her? It is twice now that we have sought Urianger's aid, and twice she has treated him as if he were a stranger. The Archon was one of Grandfather's most dedicated pupils, and spent as much time in the Levier estate as we did. He's practically a member of the family. Truth be told, I struggled to recall a day from my childhood when I did not see the three of them laughing together. If this continues, I may have to raise the matter. Later, though, little Alamega awaits. Ooh, little Alamega. He's right there. I will get to the bottom of this. Forgive me, it had been a long day. Did you have something to say? Urianger? Oh, I've always struggled to understand what's going on in his head. Now more than ever. Listen, Simcoe, if anything should happen, it should be me who... Just know that I am prepared to do what must be done. Right then, to more pressing matters. Since we have no idea when Thancred might arrive, I suggest we see what information we can gather in his absence. So, to review, we are reliably informed that members of the Alamegan Resistance operating here have taken receipt of several large shipments of crystals, our task being to ascertain who and why. Given the size of the settlement, I find it hard to believe that anyone here could be wholly unaware of the Resistance movements. The challenge, of course, will be finding individuals who are both able and willing to share such information with outsiders. It would seem sensible to divide our forces. Simcoe, why don't you question the residents of the eastern half of town? Alize and I will do the same in the west, and afterwards we can rendezvous here to share our findings. Oh, we get to go talk to Chief Man. Oh, he's not here. Is he on the other side? I guess he is. Let me guess. Come to join the fight, have you? No need to deny it, friend. You're not the first to answer the Griffin's call. While he's lit a fire in every Alamegan's heart, he's also inspired more than a few Uldans to pledge themselves to the cause. And little wonder the Garleans won't stop until we're all under the yoke. I see you there, going around asking questions. Looking for the Griffin and his lot, I'll bet. Seems they're the talk of Little Alamega these days. Folk wondering what he's about, what he's got in store for the Garleans, and what's under that mask of his, of course. Some say he's hardly got a face, what with all the scars. Others reckon he's been marked for death by the Empire, and that they'd send a bloody legion if they knew he was here. Your guess is as good as mine. The Resistance? Damned if I know. Not as if I'd be any use to 'em. You sick? You set store by all the tales of secret weapons, good luck to you. But I'm too old for the masked bedtime stories. This is our lot, and it's time we got used to it. You know. I suppose I should ask what you learned, but I think I already know. The Griffin seems to be the leader of a newly formed faction within the Resistance, the Masks. Yet despite their growing popularity, no one seems to know much about them. Only that they are the most aggressively militant group to join the movement in recent history. Indeed, many claim their commitment to the cause of Alamegan liberation is unrivaled. We can but hope their revolutionary fervor is never channeled in the direction of a primal. Though I feel confident that this is the group which received the crystal shipment, we yet lack proof. Before taking any action, I would speak with the settlement's leader to confirm my suspicions, and mayhap enlist his help while I'm about it. Given that you and Gungabold are already acquainted, mayhap it would be best if you took the lead, shall we? You went that way and didn't talk to him already? Much as it pleases me to see you again, Sumiko, I cannot help but wonder if I should be worried. I hear you and yours have been asking questions. The Griffin? I know of him, as do we all. He and his masks have become a leading faction within the Resistance. Though there was suspicion at first given his secretive ways, he quickly proved himself a charismatic and capable commander. Men are drawn to his passion and his vision. They truly believe that he has what it takes to lead them to victory. But even I cannot help but admire the man for what he's accomplished. But I have not forgotten Mulrid. I was blind to the danger of his ambitions, and you were not. The Griffin will soon deliver a speech to our people at the sunken temple of Karn. Go and see him with your own eyes. Weigh his words with your own heart. How convenient. 'Tis but a pity Thancred is not here to join us. You two go on ahead. I shall stay behind and wait for him. If you insist. Wonderful stuff. Begun already. I hear voices coming from within.
Brothers and sisters, 20 years ago, Alamigo, our home, was claimed by the Garlean Empire. In our haste to overthrow the King of Ruin, we turned a blind eye to our foes in the north. With our glorious revolution, we but laid a path for a new tyrant to succeed the old. And when confronted with our failure, we fled. Not a day goes by that I do not think of those we left behind. Think of them and feel ashamed. And I know each and every one of you feels the same. We abandoned them, our own flesh and blood, to labor till their backs gave in and their breath gave out. Building the twisted steel ramparts which now mar our once majestic mountains. We abandoned them, the brave and true, to fight and die for their country. Or worse, to be conscripted and sent off to rob another poor bastard of his home. We abandoned them, the meek and powerless, to bow and scrape when the Garleans pass, to sully themselves that they might live to see another day of misery. The Black Wolf may be dead, but a new Imperial Viceroy reigns in Alamigo now. A beast, not a fraction as merciful. You all know the Eorzean Alliance will do naught to oppose him. For all their promises and platitudes, they will not act if there's no profit in it. Only we can free our brothers and sisters from the Empire's tyranny, my friends. Only we have the courage to stand and fight. They have imprisoned us. They have enslaved us. And they have murdered us. But no more! Blood demands blood, and the Garleans shall pay for every drop they have spilt upon our lands. This I promise you, for we have a power within us, my friends. A power befitting our pride, our righteousness. Only join us, and we shall grant you the means to unleash it, and together we shall see the Alamegan standard raised over the mountains of Gia Albania once more!
A power befitting their pride. Not at all ominous, that. Wait, is that...
What are you two doing here?
I could ask you the same thing.
Well, well, this is quite the surprise.
If you see what I see, if you feel as I feel...
Might I suggest we continue this conversation in more agreeable surroundings?
Yeah.
For it is not strength of arms that will win this battle, but strength of heart.
Words cannot express how glad I am to see you both alive and well. And you! Though it was pretty obvious you and Tsumuga would be fine. The Crystal Braves never had a realistic chance of capturing any of the Scions, divided as they were and distrusted by the better part of Eorzea. But if you truly believed that, forgive me, what exactly have you two been doing all this time? Repaying a favor. After the banquet, we had no choice but to flee Ul'dah, and we would not have been able to do so without the aid of some old friends from the Resistance. That's right. They smuggled us out of the city and sheltered us in Little Alamigo. All at a great risk to themselves. Obviously, we couldn't let that go unacknowledged, so we offered to help them out with their operations for a while. When we learned of the Scion's exoneration, that Lolorito had severed all ties with the Crystal Braves and that General Raban had been reinstated, we resolved to make contact. But having long since discarded our link pearls as a precautionary measure, our options were rather limited. To make matters more complicated, we were embroiled in a delicate operation at the time, leaving me with little choice but to entrust a letter to a courier. I gathered from your puzzled expressions, however, that you never received it. To be honest, we thought this might happen. While the masks are happy to let refugees spread the word within the community, they're pretty strict about communicating with outsiders. Oh, and we also heard a rumor that the Griffin doesn't want us meddling in his affairs. The Griffin mistrusts the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Curious. It is well known that we are no friends to Garlemald. One would think that the man we saw beseeching all and sundry to join his cause would welcome our support. I should say no more. I should say that the man you saw was not in fact the Griffin, but an impersonator. and a talented rabble-rouser to boot. It would not surprise me if he were responsible for the majority of the public appearances. As you may have gathered, the Griffin is an extremely cautious and distrusting man who has made every effort to conceal his identity. Even when we participated in a raid under his direct command, we were not permitted to approach him. It's hard to know how to make it, what to make of it all. The secrecy, the impersonators, the masks. She says as somebody who wears a mask herself. What? It's not as if I'm making all of you wear one. Mine only covers half of my face. It's completely different. Anyway, when we had heard the Griffin was due to give a speech, we thought it might be a good opportunity to get a better sense of the man behind the, For all the good it did. And now you have heard the whole of it. But tell me, what prompted you to take interest in the Griffin? We're looking for crystals. Summoning? You're not serious. I can't believe it. The Resistance would never even entertain such a ridiculous plan, but the Griffin... Well, the man is an enigma. I cannot say with any confidence what he would or would not do. What I can say, however, is that the speech we heard today was not the first to make reference to a power capable of defeating the Empire. The Mass have made many such claims of late. I confess I had assumed it would be mere bluster, but the context of the shipments of which you spoke, it is not impossible to say they were alluding to a primal. Whatever it is, we'll find out together. And if anyone tries to stop us, they'll answer to me. Indeed, that is, assuming you'll have us. If, as you suspect, the Griffin is indeed plotting to summon a primal, we must needs obtain confirmation while there is yet time to act. To that end, I propose we question his double. Given his role as the group's de facto mouthpiece, I should not be surprised if he were one of Griffin's closest associates. And while he may not be aware of the most sensitive details, he can probably tell us the mass plan in broad strokes. Like the man whom he impersonates, however, he is wary of outsiders. He will not expose himself without a suitable incentive. My plan is as follows. You and Alphino will pose as adventurers falling on hard times, inspired by his words to take up arms for a noble cause. Ida and I, as members of the Resistance, will recount tales of your past achievements and testify as your usefulness in the struggles ahead. With our enthusiastic assurances still ringing in his ears, he will decide to welcome you in person, and he will arrange a meeting. You'll need to look at the part that we might maintain the charade until we have him cornered, at least. Here, this should be enough to purchase suitable garments from Talabot, and you have to rub him a respectable amount of dirt on them for good measure. Any questions? It all seems simple enough. Thank you. And with that, Zumiko, let us be off. His name is just Tailbot now. He is a bot that will tell us tales. Stories untold. You wanna buy what? I don't know what you're up to, but I want no part of it. Well, you're the ones at the guild, seen as your friends of Papalymo. There, tunic and slubs for the both of you, tailored and, treated to your tastes. Now I'm off with you before someone sees us together. Clothes maketh a man, as they say. Right then, I'll go and change and see what the spot Papalymo marked on our maps. Do I gotta... You're dirty. I am now but a peasant. Well, look at us, a pair of down-at-heel adventurers seeking a chance to recapture past glories. Yes, this should suffice. And now we play the waiting game.
My thanks, comrades. You must be the esteemed adventurers of whom I've heard so much. I understand you have taken an interest in our cause.
A great interest, you might say. Your words have certainly made quite an impression on my friend and I. The Resistance has long, and some would say wisely, avoided open engagements with the Garleans, but you and yours seem confident against the world in arms. I can only assume you have good reason to be so bold. Why, one might even think you are planning to summon a primal. Because that would do much to explain the sizable shipment of crystals you recently received from your smuggler friends, whom our Ishgardian allies have since detained, lest you wonder.
I'd like to hear more about the Griffin. The real Griffin. Your performance earlier didn't fool us.
Ah, the famous scions of the Seventh Dawn. I should have known better than to think I could conceal the truth from you lot. You are right. I am not the Griffin, but I speak with his voice, and it was at his behest that we procured those crystals. You are wrong, however, if you think that we procured them to summon a primal. We used them to reach an accord with the Amalja. In exchange for crystals to summon their god, they will aid us in the fight for Alamegan liberation.
You've got to be joking. Have you gone completely mad? When people find out you helped the Lizardmen summon Ifrit, they'll turn on the Resistance. Alamigo will never be free.
This isn't a fairy tale, girl. We don't have the luxury to play at being honorable heroes. It's because the likes of you wouldn't sully your saintly hands that Alamigo's been under the yoke for the past 20 years. But the Griffin won't stand for it, and neither will we. We're ready to do whatever it takes.
What proof do you have of this arrangement with the Amalja?
What? Aside from a lack of crystals? None. But the Beastmen have a great big pile of the things if you fancy looking. You might want to hurry, though. It'll not be long before they summon their god. Search our camp if you don't believe me. We have naught to hide.
If there is a cache to be found, Ida and I will find it.
Then let us be off. Are you perchance the Warrior of Light? Aye, I thought so. You should know that a great many who have joined us did so because you saved them.
Because you showed them that one brave woman can make a difference.
Yeah, that's me.
You saved me too once. Helped a friend over in Quarry Mill make some medicine I needed. But that was a lifetime ago. On behalf of my brothers and sisters, I thank you. You gave us hope where there was none, courage and strength when all was lost. We shall not squander your gift.
He was the one who's mad at the Gridanians at Quarry Mill because they wouldn't help them. Someone is super sick.
I know that look, Ida, and I do not like it. You cannot seriously be contemplating taking up arms with that band of cutthroats.
I just...
If the Griffin and his men have their way, it is only a matter of time before the situation in Alamigo comes to a head. Your homeland's future teeters on a knife edge, and any reckless action, however small, could have irrevocable consequences. You mustn't lose sight of that, Ida. When the time comes, we must all make our choices, but we must do so in full possession of the facts. Now, let us away. There is work to be done.
Maybe because he's aware that we don't mean harm, he'll be, yes, willing to let us say our piece. Quarry Mill, he said. Do you remember? Forgive me, you cannot expect it to recall every name and face, and besides, it's not as if it matters. I have long admired how you live in the present, how you focus on the problems at hand and always keep moving forward. So let us keep moving forward together, Tsumiko. You must find and secure those crystals. This is no time for looking back. Bolgana. A good cordon bleu sounds really good right now. Not gonna lie. One life for one world. If we take the Griffin's double at his word, then the crystals are now somewhere within Zaharak, ready to be put to use by the Amalja. That is a giant-ass snake. Oh, there it goes. We must appraise Alize of all we have learned. I will join you both in Little Alamigo after I have changed. Can't be looking like a peasant in front of your sister. You guys are so big. Why? I really did just take the longest way to Spain. Now that Thancred has finally arrived, mayhap you could share your latest findings? It's a lot. You mean to tell me that while we were worrying ourselves sick, Ida and Papolino were here all along? Well, Ishtola will be relieved, and also angry. Mainly angry, I should think. As for the crystals, what choice do we have? We cannot very well leave them in the hands of the Amalja. For all we know, they could be preparing to summon Ifrit even as we speak. We must make for Zaharak without delay. Agreed. If there's naught else to discuss, let us depart at once. So they go forth in accordance with the Griffin's plan. The players gather to assume their marks on a stage wreathed in flames. Ere long, the curtain shall rise, and the drama of which I am author, gods forgive me, shall at last be performed. Naught else remaineth, save to stand at the ready and pray that the chance is seized, for never shall we know its like again. I confess I expected a warmer greeting, but we must not jump to conclusions, not until we have braved the Bowl of Embers. We must be ready to engage the enemy at any moment. If you would make any final preparations, pray do so now. I shall await your signal. It'll take a moment.
This isn't right. The Emulger would never leave this place so poorly guarded.
Sorry,
Not willingly, no.
The saviors of Eorzea. Slow as ever.
By the 12, will you never learn?
You know, you're right. Mayhap it is time for a change of tack. Killing primals, tormenting beastmen, hastening the birth of a new god. It's all a bit much, isn't it? And frankly, we don't have the leisure to do it. But killing the Warrior of Light, on the other hand, that would soon plunge Eorzea into chaos. One life for one world. A fair exchange! Wouldn't you agree?
Lest you forget, you've more than one opponent.
Carbuncle! Defend me!
How can you grab that out of
I sense
me
you
there?
offer more than mere target practice. Unlike your sister.
Alizé!
She's down and out.
Did I not tell you, Alphino? I am not the girl I once was. My brother was always the clever one, while my talents lay elsewhere.
Kill it.
If you would dare to stand against us, to destroy all that we hold dear, then you shall die by my sword.
Let's finish this.
I don't know what Thancred is, because he's got like a long sword and then a short sword. I don't think he's a rogue anymore. Maybe he is. He's still rogue stance. Oh, I don't like it here.
No more games.
Excuse? Yeah, they tend to be their own thing.
It ends now. What?
The chains!
You snake! You would betray us as well?
He that holdeth fast unto his convictions shall never count betrayal amongst his crimes, though all the world may call him villain. My path is unchanged, my creed sacrosanct. This I believe with all my heart. But say, warrior of darkness, and speak true, what dost thou believe? That rendering up the souls of thy world in service to the rejoining will grant it salvation? Nay.
By the 12! Oriange!
The veil reminds me of
Mine apologies,
Link
Master Alphino.
in Breath of the Wild.
That the brightest light might shine, duty did compel me to walk in darkest shade.
You sweet fool. I was almost willing to believe you had turned against us. I expect a full explanation when this is over. For now, may I assume you have turned your cloak for the last time?
Thou mayest, my lady.
Fondle that book.
By thy leave.
Even odds, then. No matter. We'll crush the lot of you in one fell swoop!
Name.
Understood.
Hearken to me. We only have one chance. Channel your ether into my blade that I might strike before the mage casts his spell. I cannot do it alone, but together we can defeat them. Make ready! They come!
kid. You tried.
I can feel it. Just a little more. Tis done! With this blade, I banish the darkness!
No. Not like this.
Woo! Alice coming into her own. Look at that.
Alice, are you hurt?
A touch dizzy, but otherwise fine. Thank you.
And there you have it. Our friend is too stubborn to die.
We are far from finished.
I don't know about that, mate.
Or have you never considered how we came to this world?
Crystals? You mean, like the Ascians?
Just so. As the Ascians flee unto the rift twixt planes with crystals of darkness, so did these warriors come hither with crystals of light.
Eloquent, as always. Aye, like the Ascians, we too are beyond death. You cannot defeat that which is eternal.
Wait! Such methods as the Ascians employ require the renunciation of the flesh. You would have had to...
They're ghosts.
At long last you see. To save our world, we gave our lives.
Fighting ghosts.
We were just adventurers trying to make our way. An odd job here, a favor there. We never aspired to be warriors of light. But word of our deeds spread, and soon people were calling us heroes. They placed their hopes and dreams on our shoulders, and bid us fight for all that was good and right.
Hardbert, that's his name.
We fought, and we fought, and we fought, until there was no one left to fight. We won! And now our world is being erased from existence. We did everything right. Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this. You of all people should understand. We cannot, we will not falter. We brought our world to the brink of destruction, and now we must save it.
I've died before, Arbet. I'm not afraid to die again.
No matter how many times we fall, we must rise and carry on the fight for those we left behind.
Missing one though.
To have known the depth of sorrow and embraced the highest sacrifice, nonetheless, Master Louis-Sois, guide my hand, I pray you, as fate's thread spinneth upon this most capricious spindle. Quickly! Thou must needs invoke the power of thy crystal.
I have the last one.
What is this place?
Such pain. Such sorrow. Oh, my dear children.
It can't be.
Mother Heidelin, hearken unto your children's plea. From two worlds do we gather, and from two worlds do we offer a bounty of light. In this desperate hour we do beseech your intercession. We beg an audience with the word of the Mother, with your chosen Minfilia.
Your cries go not unheard, nor your sacrifices unnoticed. Though many are lost, there are those we can yet save, whom I can yet save.
Minfilia.
Blessed children of the First, the light of your world hath grown blinding in its radiance, but it is not yet absolute. I will hie me to your world, and there take unto myself the light which riseth even now to drown it, as darkness once did drown another.
Now you deign to answer our prayers? I will suffer this farce no longer!
As the Ascians must serve as instruments of Zodiark's will, so too must others carry out the will of Hydaelyn. But for the boon you have granted her, she has grown strong enough to set me free, that I might serve as her emissary. Your suffering, your sacrifice, your supplications, she has heard all. We will not let the first fall to light. Thank you, Urianger, for bringing everyone here. It fills my heart with joy to look upon the faces of my friends once more.
In taking you unto her bosom, I knew that Hydaelyn had bequeathed to you a sliver of her grace, granting you strength long sought. And in treating with the Ascians, I learnt of a star like unto our own, a doomed world of fallen heroes, in whom I glimpsed ourselves, the first. Full long did I search for a means to save this world, concluding at the last that the answer lay in the power of blessed crystals. And thus did I labor to set light against dark. Yet I knew from the beginning that this salvation would not come without sacrifice. For the instrument of the First's deliverance would of necessity be required to journey thither, there to remain, mayhap forever.
You orchestrated all of this, not to save her, but to send her away!
One life for one world. Such was the bargain, and you the coin, though it were not mine to spend.
Have we not walked together in the light of the crystal, and at her bidding borne witness to the joys and sorrows of this land? Each and every one of you knows my heart. If this be the price I must pay, I pay it gladly.
You would go alone, then?
My dearest Thancred, you who have ever watched over me, I am truly grateful for all you have done on my behalf, as would my father be. Your kindness, your compassion, your love. These are your gifts to me, and our gifts to them, forming a bond which transcends time and space.
Sometimes I forget you are not the child I once knew. Make me proud.
Long have I watched you from Heidelin's side, watched as you nurtured and kept safe the light of the dawn. The dark recesses of the world hide untold secrets and dangers. Thus do I entrust to you, Tupsimati. I pray you, keep to the path that you may never have need of it.
Focus to focus.
Twould seem the power of our crystals is all but spent. Perhaps, if there is naught else to be done.
Hear me, servants of Heidelin. If you would have us place our trust in you, then I would ask a favor. Take us with you. Take us home. We were blind to the truth once, so I tell you this, as one fool to another. Light, dark, it doesn't matter. What matters is how you choose to use them. We made our choice and you see what came of it, so please, forge a different path. Seize a better fate.
It is a strange feeling. So many times have I watched you depart, my heart filled with worry. And ever did you return to me in triumph. Someday, when I have found a way to free this star from her sorrow, I promise you I shall repay the favor. Thank you, Lemine, for everything.
It would seem we are in southern Thanalan again. Minvili is doing, no doubt. May the 12 speed her on her way, and the warriors of darkness too. I cannot help but wonder what awaits those wayward souls. They gave their lives in order to travel to the source, then in returning to the first, would they not? But mayhap that was their wish. Forgive me, my thoughts were elsewhere. And this when I know full well there is yet work to be done. The crystals. Leave them be. I will go back to Zanharak and secure them. The Amalja will still be in disarray after the thrashing the Warriors of Darkness gave them. They are not like to notice one lone bard skulking about. But Thancred, you don't have to do this, I know, but I want to. I will see you at the Rising Stones. I should go find Ida and Papalimo. They must have finished searching the Musk's camp by now, not that it matters anymore. You must be tired, Sumiko. I know I am. If thou wilt permit me, my lady, I would ask a question. When didst thou become aware of mine independent pursuits? When I saw you meeting with that warrior of darkness in the Ascian and Light at the Great Library. I tried not to think the worst. You've never been one to confide in others, so I knew that even were your intentions pure, you would not share your plans with us until you felt the time was right. But I cannot deny that a part of me feared you had simply betrayed us. Not that there had been another way. Know that I took no pleasure in deceiving thee, and that these sins will forever weigh heavy on my heart. I understand why you did what you did, that you but sought to achieve the greatest good while inflicting the least harm. Not many would have the courage to make that choice. But even knowing what came of your actions, I find I cannot condone them. I'm sorry. Sumiko, forgive me, but I believe the events of the day have taken their toll on me. I should like to rest for a while. If thou wilt grant me leave, I would gladly escort thee unto a refuge of thine own choosing. Once my lady hath regained her strength, I shall join thee at the Rising Stones. Until then, warrior of light. Where am I going? I haven't a clue, apparently. Well met, Sumiko. Alphino said you would be joining us. Actually, there's a little more to it than just that. I don't believe it. The crystals, Minfilia, all of it, it's just... I don't know what to believe. I sympathize, Ida. Even now I struggle to comprehend that which I saw. The only thing I can say with any certainty is that I feel blessed to have been granted the final chance to speak with her. 'Twas bittersweet, aye, but also affirming. Alphino, I believe it is past time Ida and I rejoin the Scions. We have been away for far too long. I am loath to leave the Griffin to his own devices. I feel our investigations would benefit from your more dispassionate perspectives. And I hope that we might in turn offer our own opinions to the many challenges that you have faced in our absence. Lads, it's been absolutely ages, hasn't it? I can't wait to hear about everyone's adventures. We should be glad to recount them, and Tataru's tales may well surprise you. Hello. Ida? Ida, Ralgr be praised, it is you! Ida, alive and standing here before me in the flesh. I can hardly believe my eyes. Oh, come now, has it really been so long you don't remember me? It's Gungabald. I fought beside your father in the Revolution. Do not think less of her, friends. It's been 20 years since the occupation sent us our separate ways, but the resistance were always welcome to little Alamigo. They gave us hope, and young Ida most of all. Ida here was always full of fire, ever the first to volunteer for a mission, until the day she up and vanished, that is. There were rumors, and we feared the worst, but here you are, alive and well, looking nary a day older. Well, what can I say? I'm sorry for running off like that, making you all worry. It's a long story, but you see, I got involved with my friends here, and the Scions. We were still the Circle of Knowing back then, right? Anyway, I wanted to come back and tell you, but it was all very secretive stuff at the time, and, as you can see, I'm completely fine. I know we've talked a lot about, and we will, but right now I've got to hurry back to our headquarters. My friends are expecting me. Pray forgive her. It's been a very long day for us all. I promise we will visit again at the first opportunity. Let us return to the Rising Stones. Mistake me for giving you that mask. What am I doing? Going home. Alice, friend. Am I ever glad to see you pass through the seventh heaven with purposeful stride. Although one of my more persistent patrons will be gladder still. I've been requested to direct you into his presence at your earliest convenience. If you have a moment to spare from saving the realm, pray rescue my establishment from the piteous mewlings of a story-starved minstrel. I have subsisted on the scraps of travelers, but all but wasting away whilst I awaited the full repast of that only you can provide. They say you brought an end to 1,000 years of war, and that the great worm Nidhogg shall no more darken the skies of Ishgard. But the dragon's song must have a final verse. I beg of you, feed me every morsel. I shall devour every sight, every sound, every blow that you landed upon his scaly hide. What glorious fare! Brother set against brother, a fallen companion saved. I am revived and restored, and my fingers ache to strum the score. Eternal as a dragon's woe, unceasing doth his anguish flow. Yet afore the walls of Ishgard high, against blood dead Ricefolger a lie. Eternal as a dragon's rage, dread Nidhogg's wrath did span an age. By his hated brother's eye did light quell shade and vengeance die. What say you? Does your blood not quicken at the tale's retelling? One might accuse a language of being overly flowery, but epic deeds demand epic depictions, do you not agree? Thanks. Welcome home, Zumigo. I trust your journey was uneventful. You will be pleased to hear that Thancred has secured the crystals. He sent word a short while ago. Once he has delivered them safely unto the Temple Knight's care, he will rejoin us here, and we can declare this matter officially resolved. While awaiting your arrival, I took the opportunity to contact Y'shtola and Kryl and briefed them on all that has occurred. I also requested that they return to the Rising Stones at their earliest convenience. Now that our lost friends have been found, it would seem we meet to discuss the future.
Back in the Solar. It's been too long since we were all together like this. Not since after Moonbreeder.
Much has changed since then. We ourselves, most of all.
Though not all who were lost could be gathered here today, we may take comfort in the knowledge that those who are not are carrying on the fight.
While I am grateful to our friends in the north for their hospitality, it isn't half good to be back.
But, as Papalima rightly said, much has changed since we last stood here. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are not as they once were, nor should we be. Our travels in the north brought us into contact with a host of fine and generous people, and their selfless deeds serve to show me that it is not lofty causes that should inform our actions, but our hearts. And I hope that the Scions might continue in this manner, as individuals driven by individual principles. Provided we all sincerely desire to work towards Eorzea's salvation, I believe the paths we follow to achieve it need not, and should not, be dictated by any single ideal.
Companions bound by a common purpose, free to go whither they will. The idea is not without merit. Very well. I shall resume my research of the primals and the elder gods of Eorzea. Should anyone have need of my findings, you need only ask. I should be glad of your continued assistance.
Well, my main purpose in coming here was to see the signs of the Seventh Dawn restored and my dear friend found. Nevertheless, having involved myself in your struggles, I feel compelled to see them through to the bitter end. For Minfilia's sake. That is, if there are no objections.
You will always be welcome here, Kryl.
Urianger, can we trust you to carry on your investigation of the Ascians as before?
Regardless of mine own desires, I am undeserving of your trust, having so villainously deceived you all.
Now, I'll hear no more of that. It would be disrespectful of Minfilia's wishes. She entrusted matters here to us, that we might protect this star and understand the truth which hides at her heart. Mayhap I can handle the former, but I think you far better suited to the latter. No?
Very well. Then out of love for my Lady Minfilia and Moonbreeder both, this shall be my solemn charge.
Papalimo and I should probably return to Thanalan to keep an eye on the Resistance. There's still the matter of the Griffin and the Amalja, not to mention the new Imperial Viceroy. That little lot must be worthy of our attention, right?
And what will you do, Alize?
You know I have no great love for organizations and formalities. That being said, this new approach you propose is not wholly objectionable, and we've always got her to keep us from bickering.
Why do I have to be the mediator?
But I will suffer no titles. I am not here for House Leveilleur, nor to walk in Grandfather's shadow.
Upon that point, we see eye to eye. If it please you, you may think of me as but another comrade in arms.
Well then, Alfie, I for my part shall see to the paperwork and the finances with my characteristic aplomb.
I would not have it any other way, Tataru. And we mustn't forget you. What now for the Warrior of Light?
Strive for those we have lost, for those we can yet save.
Indeed.
The path behind us was fraught with hardship, and the path before us will be no less unforgiving. But a new dawn shall break over the realm, and I see before me the faces of those who will deliver it.
Alright, but we're gonna call this here for today. Thank you to those who hung out with me and chatted a little bit. I do appreciate it as always. Starting not this week because of the holidays, but next week I do plan to start streaming a little bit more. It may not be super common, but I want to at least try getting in extra streams here and there, so do keep an eye out for those. But until next time, I'll see you guys. So probably not be until next Sunday, but thank you guys for hanging out, and I'll see you then. Bye!